Okay, welcome. It's Friday, Feedback Friday actually. Another new month, and let's listen to some tunes. So, welcome everyone. Hope you're doing good. Let me do that. So, you know the deal? If you want to submit a track, go to the Discord. And in there we have a channel called Livestream Feedback where you can submit your tracks. I'll drop the link in the chat. Make sure the track is downloadable because I want to be able to put it inside of Ableton. So if you want to submit, go to the Livestream Feedback channel in the Discord, and there's a little bit of instructions for you in the pinned message. So just check the pinned message of that channel, and you'll see what you need to do. Nothing too complicated, just some details about naming the files and what is allowed and what is not allowed. So welcome. How many people are here? We have 11 people here now. Let's see. Let's wait a little bit. No new tunes in the Discord. I've been working on music, obviously, but I've also been waiting for the results of a competition. You guys know I play Skate, right? The EA Skate game. And there was a competition held by them, officially partnered with Vans, and you can win a pair of free Vans. So I was like, yeah, I would love me some free Vans shoes, but I'm kind of waiting on the results now. The competition is over, but I'm waiting, and I'm hoping that I win a pair of free Vans. That would be awesome. Saw that your clip is dope. I guess I could show it real quick because like we're waiting for some more people to come in anyway, and give you guys some time to submit tracks. Let's see. I got my Instagram here. Is that visible for you all? I think it is. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So show it. I mean, yeah, it would be great. Like, I love Vans shoes. I have multiple pair of Vans, so it would be nice to get a free pair of Vans, you know? Would be nice. So, yeah, I made this little edit, which is turned out pretty cool, actually. So let's see. I hope I win. It would be so cool. Love the red solo coloring on it. Yeah, well, it was, you had to do stuff on that spot, and the spot already had red in it, and I decided to just pick, because there were also a pair of red Vans in the game, and a red shirt, so I was like, might as well go red then, and like, edit it so that it looks like that. I don't know, man. There's been like a couple of great submissions. I don't know if we can see the other ones. I bet we can. Oh, what? Mine pops up first in the list. I mean, this is obviously the algorithm, so that might also change something, but that's funny. I didn't even see that before. Now, there's been a couple of good ones. Okay, that one has no audio. That's kind of... There's actually been quite a few submissions, so... There's a lot of submissions, actually. But I guess we'll see. We'll see. Will be fun. Like and they've held competitions in the past, but I didn't really submit anything because, you know, it was just like I don't even know what the previous ones were in terms of like, they weren't like official collaborations with a brand or something. They were just like, make a video and you'll get featured or something. I don't know, something like that. But this time they actually had like a proper prize in terms of like, you know, getting a free pair of Vans shoes. So I was like, okay, well, I'll probably submit then. That's like a proper prize. And saves me time, or saves me money from buying a new pair of Vans. So I guess I don't know when they're gonna announce the winners though. Like the competition has been over for like, I don't know, maybe a week or something. I actually don't know how long it normally takes for them to announce a winner, but we'll see. Anyways, let's listen to some tunes. See, do we have any new tracks? No. So if you're just coming in and you want to submit your track, you can always use the commands in the chat. So you can use the exclamation mark feedback command, and you'll get a message in the chat about where to submit. I'll do it for you guys now in case you're just tuning in and you want to submit for the feedback. But if, you know, if I'm listening to a track and somebody asks, you can always use that command and it will pop up the message in the chat. But yeah, we're gonna go and check the first tune out and see what we got. I think we've got mostly drum and bass so far. You guys know I love drum and bass, but you can submit any genre. It doesn't really matter. There's a couple of rules though. No remixes. We had a little chat about it in the Discord, but it's just easier, you know. It's just easier if it's not a remix. I think it was Hakari. Yeah, Hakari was asking about it, if it was fine if the remix only, you know, contained like one or two things from the original and no vocals. But it's just like, when I get submitted a remix, it's just tough, you know, to give feedback on, first of all. Like, I'm not too concerned about copyright with these feedback streams because they're gonna get copyright claimed anyway. But the tough thing is like, when I get a remix submitted, like, a lot of times I might not even know the original track. So in terms of like giving feedback, I won't really know what is original and what isn't, right? And that already makes it tougher to give feedback. Plus, you know, if I'm gonna say like, oh, this remix is allowed because it only contains one or two things from the original, then the next one is going to come in and is like, oh, but I only have like three things from the original, and you know, it's going to make it difficult to draw a line. So I just make it so that there's no remixes allowed. and just make it like original tracks. That's just the easiest thing to do. Because it'll just be tough to draw a line somewhere, you know, and say like, oh, this is allowed and this isn't. It's just gonna make it annoying. So no problem there, Akari. But that's just, you know, a little explanation, I guess. Yo, Decode, welcome. So first track, StringNet. I don't know. I don't know why, but every time I see StringNet, I immediately think of SleepNet. Which, you know, is fine. But every time I see that, I just immediately think of SleepNet. But whatever. It's just because it ends with net and then also starts with an S, I guess. So let me set this up. Let's do that. No, not that one. We want that one. He is SleepNet. Yeah, he's just SleepNet under an alias. Some kind of secret alias, because he doesn't want to be found out that these are his work in progress tunes. I wish. Cool. We're ready. Let's have a little listen to this one. StringNet with the track Smack. Cool. I think you want to have some variation in the drop. Right now, it's just that one bass sound the entire time. Not my biggest, well, not the biggest fan of the bass line, to be honest. But that's, you know, I usually don't enjoy these kind of bass lines too much. The one main thing I would say with this though is, and I guess this is still a work in progress, so I shouldn't probably comment too much on it, but it's probably a good thing to point out anyway. The intro sounds louder than the drop. Yeah, I guess it's a bit current value-ish, which might be a hot take, but like I don't always enjoy current value too much. Like I love his stuff, don't get me wrong. Like I've seen him live plenty of times, but I like his older stuff more than his newer stuff. And sometimes his tracks can be really sort of like what is the best way to describe it? Damn, I can't figure out how to describe it. Like he's iconic, but not too much into his stuff too. I don't know. Like some of his older stuff, I absolutely love. Like I've seen him live multiple times across like various years, and his newer stuff, I don't know, man. Like sometimes there's a cool track that I'll enjoy, but a lot of them I think are just too. Yeah, I don't know what is the right word to describe it. Like too digital. I don't know if that's the right word. Like a lot of it, there's not enough movement in his tracks most of the time for me to enjoy it. Like it's too just like in your face for the sake of being in your face, but then it's also there's too little sort of like, well, there's not something that makes me grab onto it like, oh yeah, that I fucking love that. But it's more like, I don't know. I don't have the right word to describe it, but the thing, like I said, the intro sounds louder than the drop, and that could be a result of just pushing the processing on the master too much. His newer stuff is quite enjoyable, though. Yeah, I mean, it's all a matter of taste as well, of course. You know, it's also a matter of taste. But no, like the fact that this intro sounds louder than the drop is probably because there's a lot of processing on the master that's pushing the loudness. And then in the intro, there's no bass, right? So if there's like a limiter or a clipper on the master that is being pushed, it will push things up quite a lot in terms of volume. But then when the bass hits, the bass is probably hitting that limiter or clipper or whatever it is pretty heavily. And it sort of like starts fighting. You know, it starts basically everything sounds really loud in the intro, and then when the bass hits, there's suddenly this extra level of volume coming into the limiter or clipper, and it basically just decreases the volume there because it's sort of like trying to make space for that volume of the bass, and it just makes everything quieter. So what you would probably do is set it up in such a way that on the master, during the drop, it's just hitting the limiting or the clipper on like the bass. Be back later going through a car wash. That's fine, mate. See you later. But no, you want it to sort of like just hit the clipper during the drop. And then in the intro, you don't want it to work as hard. So if like if you set it up for the drop and not for the and the intro sounds too quiet, just make the volume of the elements in the intro louder, you know, so that they are brought up to the right level. But it feels like it's just trying to work too hard on the drop, and therefore the intro sounds a lot louder. Also, I know this is not done yet, but I would love it if the intro started without the drums. Especially without the sort of like shakery high-end bits. So maybe have like a section with like just the chords, maybe filter them in, so start low pass and then slowly fade them in where the filter opens up, and then bring in the drums at some point, and then go into the drop. Now, the one thing I think with this drop is like it feels quite disconnected from the intro. Like it almost feels like this is a different track. It sounds better than again later on when, you know, some of the intro elements come back, but it might be good to sort of like try out a section where you introduce something from this drop into the intro, or vice versa, you know, just have like try and find something that's sort of like that you can use in either a build, and so like try and, I guess, bridge the two, because right now it's such a sudden change. It kind of feels like it goes into a different track almost. Yeah, you know, like the intro has a lot of high end because it also has the shakers and everything like that, so that contributes to that a lot as well. Might actually be nicer to have an intro that has no drums. That way the intro will sound quieter and less energetic, but that will also make it easier to bridge the gap with like, or at least make the drop feel bigger than it actually is. Because in the intro, it already feels quite energetic right now because of the fact that there's also the shakers and all the drum stuff happening. And if you focus on just the synths maybe, and like some atmosphere or some string pads or whatever, you know, something like that. And maybe, like I said, low pass it so that it sort of like slowly bring in some of the higher frequencies over time. You will have less energy in the intro, and that will make the drop feel bigger. See, there's already quite a lot of sort of like energy there. Like, we could even see what happens if we just... See, already, that sounds much more intro-worthy. See what I mean? Just by doing that already, it already sounds bigger when the drop hit, or when this section hits, because there's just less energy in that first section. I think the snare could maybe have a little bit more high end in the drop as well. Like right here, it's not as obvious, but when that more melodic section comes in. Maybe a little bit more high end on the snare, but also make it a little bit tighter. so that it doesn't have a tail that is this long as it is right now. Maybe tighten it up a little bit and add some high end. Would be nice. But mainly I would like to see some variation in the bass line, because it's just the same thing over and over again, and for me that becomes a little bit boring quite quickly. Like, even if you just, like, let's say, let's see. Like, let's say the last hit of that bass, so this one right here, just, I guess you're already doing something here. Yeah, you're kind of cutting it short a little and then having that little, what is it, almost like a sword kind of swoosh effect or whatever it is. But maybe just take that bass out entirely on that last hit and just add another different bass on top of it, so that it kind of breaks it up a little bit. Or even do that more often. Let's see. Could also do that here, for instance, and then have another one here, so that it just has 3 hits of that bass, then another one, then 3 hits of that bass, and another thing. You know, just to kind of spice it up a bit. Yeah, again, not my favorite type of drop, but that's also a matter of personal preference. I would probably take it a different direction with the, you know, with that intro and then the drop coming after it, but I know there's people that love this kind of stuff, so don't really care too much about that. That's just my own personal taste. Cool. Next one, Angelite. A demo collecting dust because of war. I hope you're good, mate. I hope you're staying safe out there. Maybe you can change snare to a more clappish one during the second part of the drop when the pad is introduced. That could work. That could work. Especially with like melodic parts, I usually feel like a light snare is often quite nice. You know, something with a clap layer in there, or even like a rim shot kind of layer, like one of those snares where there's not a clear fundamental, but you know, it just has more high end than, I guess, a fundamental. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I see some stuff on the news every once in a while, and I'm like, oh boy, I hope they're staying safe out there. shitty fucking situation you guys got yourselves into. Well, I don't think you guys got yourself into. That's maybe the wrong way to describe it. I'm not saying that it's your guys' own fault for being in that situation, because it's clearly not. But you get what I mean, right? Don't start canceling me. But yeah, I hope you stay safe, man. Just nice vibe. Wouldn't expect anything less from you. I like the guitar section, that part. I would smoke hookah to this. Yeah, exactly. I'm about to hit up a shisha bar. There's actually a ton of those places recently here in Rotterdam. Like they're popping up left and right. Like we got a big community of like a lot of Moroccans and like, well, all kinds of Middle Eastern countries basically. But I've been seeing like a lot of these like shisha bars pop up everywhere, left and right, and I'm like, okay. Like, never really saw too many of those here, but now suddenly they're like everywhere. Next time there will be Aladdin and bass track from Angelite. I mean, would be fun to see him combine his kind of sound with drum and bass. But we've said that back in the day. We've said that multiple times already, you know? I think he messed around a little bit with drum and bass at some point, but he gave up. I don't really know what to give feedback on this, to be honest. You know, I just appreciate the vibe. That's basically it. Giving up on drum and bass production is understandable. I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah, that's totally understandable. No, I enjoyed this, man. I enjoyed this. I usually enjoy your stuff, so you know that. I'm always happy to listen to some of it. Cool. Let's see. My kid loves drum and bass. Hey, good kid. Good kid. You've raised him well. Maybe he will become the next big drum and bass producer. You know? Yeah, like I said, I usually like your cinematic kind of stuff the most, but like I do enjoy these kind of tunes as well. I love myself some music that is from other places in the world, you know? I I actually listen to, if I don't listen to like electronic music, I listen to more music from other places in the world than I do from like out here, because you know, like Dutch music is just like ass. I'm sorry, but it is. He already has a bunch of those apps on his phone. He keeps vibing. He's got his mini synth too. That's awesome. That's awesome. Like I said, before you know it, he will be taking your computer and he will just be like making tunes. You have got no place to make tunes anymore. Next one, Alunatic, the dungeon. I think drum and bass because we're at 172, but we're in B minor. Interesting. Oh, he's already trying. I mean, I don't blame him. You know, he sees his dad, you know, with much better stuff than he probably has, and he's like, "Yo, I wanna have a taste of that." I started in January. Please be kind, guys. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, that's completely fine. I'm curious to hear what you've made, though. Let's see. Probably chat will have some tips as well, so we'll check it out. Oh yeah, totally. My first music was also absolutely ass. I know, right, Ainslight? Similar stuff here. Yeah, like you can hear that you're just starting out. That's not a problem though. Like I get that completely. Um the hardest thing is to get out of the loop, so that's a sign of progress if you finish your ideas. Yeah, totally. Totally. I think right now with this, the main thing is like there's not really a distinct well there's not really sort of like a drop in any sense. It just is basically like you have the synths and then there's like a very simple bass line underneath. Like I think with these synths it would actually probably work pretty well in like a more of like a liquid drum and bass kind of vibe, but for that the drums are too heavy. So probably a good thing to do was maybe listen to some liquid and try and incorporate some of that. So and then of course like the structure as well, like you have it so like right here, I guess if we're gonna call it the drop, it comes in right here, right? But there's no sort of like there's no real sort of like, well, the arrangement doesn't really build up to it. Now I would try and see like if you listen to some liquid drum and bass, you'll probably figure out some ideas for like what works in terms of like a drop. Right now the bass is just too simple for that. It just kind of feels more like the same kind of theme, so like continues here, but it just gets a little bass added underneath it, which is fine, you know. At least you're finishing it, so that's good. There's a lot of great liquid drum and bass out there, actually. Some a lot more technical than others. Like I personally absolutely love a lot of like the the stuff that Galaxy makes, but it's also kind of it's pretty technical production-wise, so maybe not the best thing to look at if you're just starting out, you know, because you might just get completely overwhelmed as to like, how do I make something like that? It's a bit unclear what the motive is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Actually, I only listen to Liquid and Deep, maybe Minimal. Yeah, like one good label that I often listen to is Shogun Audio. Like Shogun Audio makes some really cool stuff, both in like the liquid stuff, but also in the more minimal, deep kind of drum and bass stuff. And they have some really talented people that make awesome tunes, so always a good place to go for inspiration. No, yeah, the thing here is as well, like the melody kind of feels a bit random, you know? It's sort of like it hits every, you know, with a very straightforward rhythm, just like what is it, every 8 note or every beat. And if at least try and sort of like spice up the pattern in terms of like the rhythm. And a good way to do that would just be focus on the rhythm first of the bass, so or of the melody. So don't really focus on the notes first, but just add like a bunch of notes, just the same note, but then sort of like re-trigger it in a more interesting pattern and try and find a cool rhythm that sounds interesting already, but with just a single note. And then try and move the notes around to places so that you get a melody that sounds cool. At least the intro sounds like intro, props for that. Yeah, it's maybe a bit simple for my taste. But you know, if you're just starting out, it's completely understandable. You have to start somewhere, and yeah, my first track sounded absolutely shit, so it does indeed sound a bit like an intro, actually, so that's good. But like with drum and bass, right? There's obviously when a drop hits, there should be like a clear sort of like change in the amount of energy of the track. Like when the drop hits, it should have like some kind of extra energy that you don't have in the intro. And you don't just get that by adding like a bass line underneath whatever you've got. There's usually more to it. And right now it's kind of lacking that. Like it doesn't feel like it really goes into like a drop. Like and with like Liquid, I wouldn't necessarily call it a drop, but I guess we can, you know. Spent much time in learning addictive drums as main drum source in this one. Okay, cool. I mean, done a pretty good job for that though. I just think right now, like for what this is, the drums sound more like they want something heavier, but the synths and stuff behind it kind of would probably work well with lighter drums, with like more of a shuffle to it as well. Like I think right now, I mean, with this, the main issue I think is the melody, you know, and the fact that there's not like a clear sort of like melody that really catches your ear. That's the main problem here. It just feels a bit random in terms of the melody itself, and that's kind of the biggest issue here. But like if you're just starting out, just keep making tunes, just keep making stuff, and you'll learn a lot from doing that. So that'll definitely work out. Now, one of the things here and you can kind of hear it with this as well. Like, you've picked the key of B minor, and I don't necessarily think that's a problem, but making a track in B minor is kind of difficult to make it sound so like weighty, or like have like a good amount of weight to it when the drop hits, because the bass is going to be so high pitched. You can definitely do it, but it's a lot harder to do than, for instance, when you sit around the keys of like what, F, E, D sharp, something like that, because it already feels heavier when you're in those keys. Like the range from like, I would say like D up to G is kind of like the sweet spot for drum and bass music in general. But that doesn't mean you cannot make it work outside of that range. Like, it definitely can be done, but it's just harder to do. Nero, yes. Go to the Discord, and then there's a channel called Livestream Feedback. You can post your tracks in there. Just read the pinned message so that you know what to do. Yeah, it's the thing. Like with it, like with B minor, B is such a high note for like bass that it can be really tough to make it feel heavy, or have like a substantial amount of weight, because the pitch is so high. Like I said, there is definitely a way to make it work, but you have to think about the bass in a different way, because B is just, it's kind of too high, right? It can work, but what I would then do if I would write a track in like B minor, I would probably have the bass playing the fifth so that it plays F sharp, underneath a section that, melodic wise is definitely in B minor, but then the bass underneath it being an F sharp just immediately sounds bigger. And you can definitely still play around with like a little B note here and there to kind of make sure that it still has that sort of like B in there. But having the bass sustained on like a B note, just you're gonna have a lot less weight in the bass line because of the fact that it's just quite high pitched. And like I said, it can work if the track is built around it. It doesn't necessarily, it doesn't always have to sound bad, but it's tougher to pull off than when you, for instance, just write in like F or something. No, A is also quite high already. When I would be in A, I would definitely think of the bass being in E, because it's just immediately in a better place. Frequency range in which frequency wise in which range? Uh, I mean, I don't normally look at it in terms of the frequency range. I usually just look at it in terms of like the notes, but um like I would say D, so that's like just under 40 hertz up to what, like G, so just under 50. Like, that's usually the range I would be in when it comes to drum and bass. Doesn't mean that you cannot go above that, obviously. Like, you can obviously can go above that, but I would so like make that brief. Like I said, for instance, like in drum and bass, you'll hear a ton of like octave jumps in bass lines, and that's fine. But like the main bass being lower, and then for instance having like a higher octave jump here and there, that's completely fine. But if the bass just sustains on like a B note, which is what B would be, yeah, that's above 60 hertz. So that's already more than like 10 hertz above like what I would say is the ideal range. Like, even G sharp can still work, honestly. But anything above that kind of becomes a little bit high pitched. And even like on the lower end, like D is what I would say like being so like the lower end, but that doesn't mean like C sharp or C cannot work. It can still work. But it's tougher to pull off. Same as to how it's tougher to pull off like anything above like G sharp. So anything up here is kind of tougher to make work. And the same goes on the lower end of the spectrum. Like, but like I said, it doesn't mean you cannot make it work, right? Like, just let's just look at it real quick. So if we have, I'm just gonna make a very basic sound. Nothing too complicated. Let's say we have a B minor chord. Maybe we'll make it a bit higher. Right. So we have a B minor chord. Like if we add a little bass underneath there. Let's just make ourselves a little, we'll just make it a simple bass. So we'll just do like a sub with some noise or something. Let's just FM that with the level so that we get this sound. Maybe we'll distort a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Right? We get that. But we can just as well put this one on the 5th. So if we're in B minor, the 5th would be F sharp, right? So we drop that down an octave. Now we're in the range where you would want to be. And it still works. Because that F sharp is also in the chord, right? It's part of the B minor chord. It's just the 5th note. You could also do the 3rd, but that's a lot harder to do. Usually the root and the 5th are kind of the easiest thing to do. Maybe this, we can make this a little bit more interesting. Let's just make it an ARP or something. Give it a little... But that still works, right? And let's say you have a little chord progression. What are we gonna do? B. We could go to. Don't normally write in B. Let me see. E. We could go to E, for instance. I think we can make that a little quicker. There we go. See, so that still clearly works. Even though this note is not the root, but if we make it here, see how high that sounds? And like you said, you can still make that work. Like we could, for instance, do stuff like this. So that you just have like a quick B note, for instance, on the first note, on the first beat, and then go to an F sharp, so that you still sort of like have that B note in there. But Like, there's a lot of ways to make stuff like that work. But I don't know, it just immediately feels like it has more weight when you have like a note in the right, so like range. See, but even like these three notes, like these are just the three notes of a B minor chord, and you can hear that they still all work beneath this arpeggio. Like, they all work. So, just by playing around which note of the chord you use in the bass, you can kind of change the weight, and that is something that can be really beneficial if you're working in a key that's tough to make work in terms of bass. And with A, I would say it's the same thing. Like, with A, if you're writing an A, you can think of the bass being an E, because that's the fifth of A. Same thing with, like, let's say B flat. You just think of the bass being an F, and that way you can make it work. Plus, it's also kind of, you know, like, I removed it, but like, let's say we are in A sharp, right? If you then think of the bass being an F, you kind of get a Phrygian kind of thing, because you get these notes right next to each other, because this is the fifth, this is the minor sixth, and this is the fourth, right? So you can kind of get it like a Phrygian kind of vibe, which is always good for like bass music, because it just sounds more angry, if that's the right word to describe it. The key with more RMS power is D sharp, I think. I don't think RMS power necessarily has too much to do with key. It has more to do with how how the sub looks, and in terms of the waveform. Like, if you want to get the most loudness out of your sub bass, like, if you have a sine wave, right? Let's just look at it real quick. So if we do this, clear all, we just have a sine wave, right? Like, it's only hitting the max right here. So only for a brief moment it will hit the maximum sort of like level. If you want your track to have more sort of like perceived loudness in the low end, which will contribute to a higher RMS or LUFS rating, you want to make it so that it kind of stays around this top spot longer. So what you want to do is you want to have stuff like this, where it just flattens out near the top. So we can add a bunch of these, and you can kind of see it becomes a bit of like a rounded square wave kind of shape. I can get it. I mean, it's close, but that'll do. If we now normalize that one, you can see that it stays on the maximum level longer, and that will contribute to a louder reading, because the sub is usually the thing that will be quite loud in the mix, right? And it will eat most of the headroom. But because it sits near the top for a longer period of time, it will automatically read louder on like an LUFS meter or an RMS meter. And that has no sort of like, it doesn't really matter what the key of the track is. Like, you can do this on any key. But this is like a good sort of like thing to keep in mind when making sub. Is like, you don't want your sub to be just a pure sine. Well, I mean, it can be fine depending on the track, of course, but usually you want some extra harmonics. And the more it stays along the top, the louder it will feel. Only in the low end, though, of course, because it will also depend on other things. But and you can kind of push this quite far. Like, the more we start adding here, the more it will. It's kind of difficult to keep it so like. I kind of guess we've. See, we can make that curve sort of like steeper and steeper by just adding more harmonics. Anyways. Let's see. Nero was saying, is there many people in line? I mean, you can just see it right here. Like, we've got a couple people in line right now. So let me grab your track real quick. Yeah, like Angel, it kind of, depends on the track, obviously. You can make bass below the sort of like ideal range work as well. Like, the only thing you have to keep in mind is that you need extra harmonics for the bass to still be audible. Like, your brain will fill out. Like, I wouldn't also, like, that's another thing. Like, people care a lot about loudness, and I wouldn't necessarily care too much about it. Like, you might be looking at like tracks of like, I don't know, some producer, it doesn't really matter which one, but like, let's say you're looking at a track and you're like, oh my god, that track is so fucking loud, it's hitting like -2 LUFS or something, and you cannot get your own track to sound that loud. I wouldn't really worry too much about it, because every track is different, and you just need to make your track as loud as you can without it sounding bad, right? Without it sounding worse. So there is going to be a point at which you cannot really make your track louder, because it will just start sounding worse than what it sounds when it's quieter. And that's just, like, not every track will be -2 or -3 LUFS, for instance, And I also don't think it's necessarily that big of a deal if it isn't. What matters more is what the track sounds like, And if the track is good, then nobody is gonna care that it's hitting -6 or -5 LUFS, But if the track is bad, then nobody is gonna, appreciate that it's loud, That's another thing, right? You can make your track -3 or -2 LUFS, but if the track is not great, then nobody's gonna give a shit. And the same thing goes with the other way around. Like, if your track is good, then nobody is gonna give a shit if it's like -5 or -3 or 2, you know, because the track is good. So that should be the most important thing, you know, the track itself, and do what is good for the track, basically. And if that means that the track is going to be mixed slightly more dynamic, then so be it, you know? Burr Oak's tracks can be really loud, yes, but that's also because their tracks are made in a way that they will be really loud. Like, um, I'm not sure, I might have some Burr Oak tracks here. Let's see. And we'll immediately be able to see it. Like, I don't necessarily know which track is which, but let's see. Let's just load up a track. Like, immediately it's really loud. But they have a lot of these sort of like sustained basses that are just really loud to begin with. See how it's just like, it's hitting 0 basically the entire time, but that's also because the bass is sustained, right? I'm not going to play it, but you can just see from the waveform that the bass, the sub bass, is sustained the entire way through, right? And that way it will immediately sound louder or read louder on like a meter than a track that has like a more rhythmic bass line where there's little gaps in between every single hit. And that's just what they do a lot. They have a lot of these really long sustained basses, and because there's no gaps in those in between the different bass hits, it will immediately read louder because, you know, silence contributes to a quieter reading. So, and they are great at that, you know, they do a lot of that, and the tracks sound great, but I wouldn't really focus too much on like the actual loudness of the track. Focus on the production first, and then after that, start looking into like, okay, so how can I make this as loud as I can without it, well, without sacrificing the quality of the track. Yeah, I would also say it's quite easy to hit a really loud track if you know how to do it. You know, like if you know how to make a track, if you know how to produce so that the track becomes really loud, yeah, it's not that hard to do, but you have to produce it in a certain way. Otherwise, you're just going to, you know, like over distort something to get that loud, and that's not going to be great. Yeah, and if your track has a more like, I don't know, like if there's more like atmosphere stuff in there, or if there's more of like a cinematic approach, you're probably not gonna get it as loud, but that's fine. Like, if you think about like, for instance, like film music or cinematic music in general, it's going to be really dynamic, and that contributes to the sound. So if you try to incorporate stuff like that into drum and bass, for instance, you're never gonna have tracks that are gonna be that loud as somebody who's just making a track that is just in your face and loud for the sake of being loud, you know? And loudness should always come last, honestly. Like, sure, you can, if you're aiming to make a track loud, you want to be thinking about that during the production, because how you produce the track usually contributes to how loud the track will end up being in the end. But loudness should not come before songwriting. That's like the most important part, because a track that is loud, okay, cool, but like, is the track actually doing something interesting? That's much more important. Cool. Let's move on to the next track though. Let's move on. Next track up would be Hakari, Dance Tonight With Me. Well, let's see if we're gonna dance with you. Let's see if the track is one that we want to dance to. This one is kind of old and kind of ass, so I'm prepared for some brutal feedback. Okay, cool. Let's have a little listen. Let me adjust that real quick so that it aligns with the grid. No, I don't have anything on, wait, do I? Oh, my bad. Let me take that off. I didn't even notice that on the previous tracks. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Pro streaming here. Up here. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's that bad, you know? It's, there's a couple of things in here that like, I do like. I hear quite a bit of, like, cool sound design in here. Some cool sounds. Need to activate glide on the bass so it's more smooth. That would be nice, yeah. It jumps around a little bit right now, and it would be nice if it sort of like flowed a little bit more smoothly. I agree. I also think the bass could be a little bit more interesting. Like for instance, I don't know what kind of bass it is. It's like a low pass Reese or something, but like opening up the filter on it so that there's a bit more mid-range towards the end of a section, stuff like that would be nice. Like for instance right here, start opening the filter up towards this section here and then drop it back down to like a lower setting. And then obviously maybe also work with like doing stuff, little variations on the transitions. So like if you open up the filter for instance here, then maybe for the last couple of beats take out some of the drums and then make it go back into the next section, make the drums come back in. I do like that sound that comes in here. Yeah, and then during this section, there's just like, there's too much stuff around here. There's like, without the EQ, it just becomes too much there. And it's because I think there's another lead coming in. And there's a lot happening here. Which, you know, this kind of range, like 1 to 2, 3K, that kind of range is a range you definitely want to be pretty careful with. People often refer to it as the crying baby frequency range. Human ears are really sensitive to that range, and too much of that in here can be really annoying to listen to for longer periods of time. So that's something you definitely want to be careful with. Also, it would be nice if there was a bit more bass. Like obviously if I'm gonna push it like this on the master, it's going to, you know, also affect the kick and all that kind of stuff. But a little bit more level on the sub would be nice, because that way it kind of feels bigger already. Overview is a good label, yeah. Overview has some pretty nice tunes. Yeah, exactly. Like there's some cool stuff in the synths, but when this section comes in, it's just a bit much. Or I believe maybe it's this section. It's because that extra lead comes in on top, right? And that just takes too much of this frequency range. And with a bit of extra sub, it already immediately sounds better. But I would still like to hear like some extra little interest in the bass line in terms of like a filter opening up and revealing a little bit more mid-range towards like some ends of sections and stuff like that, just to keep it more interesting. That would be really nice. Like it's something you hear a lot on like liquid drum and bass, where the bass is obviously going to be quite low passed, but then by revealing a little bit more mids here and there, it just keeps it interesting. And you can even combine that, you know, like if you bring the mids in, you can even combine it with rolling off the sub, like using a high pass and filtering that up so that it sort of like decreases the amount of sub, and then the next section will feel like it hits harder again because the sub suddenly comes back and the filter closes back down. So you can combine that as well. But yeah, I don't think it's all that bad, man. Good job. Let me check the Discord. Do we have... Oh, we have another tune. Let me grab that tune real quick. If I can. Yeah, I can. Cool. Next one is Carter with a track called Circuits. I actually, when I saw Circuits, when I downloaded the track and put it into Ableton, I didn't see your artist name right away, and I thought like, wait, Circuits? Isn't that a drum and bass producer? But it's actually the track title. Yep, it's a bit too repetitive. There was a vocal at some point, but I scrapped it. Yeah, like with Liquid, I feel like with Liquid drum and bass, like it's quite easy to make the track feel quite repetitive, and the easiest way to get around that is by using a ton of automation, even if it's like really subtle automation, like just making things sort of like subtly change. And then like even if you have like a couple of subtle things changing, right? Like a very subtle amounts of automation here and there. Like even if there's just like a couple of those, they still add up, right? And just by keeping things moving and just doing slight automations here and there, you can really help to keep it interesting. Even if the track isn't that, you know, like busy in terms of like changes. I don't know. I thought there was a drum and bass producer called Circuits. I might be wrong. Or Circuit or Circuits. I don't know. Like one of my favorite, like, I mean, they don't just make Liquid, but when Halogenics makes Liquid drum and bass, like the really jazzy, soulful Liquid stuff that he sometimes makes, like I fucking love those tunes, man. He is such a good example of like making a track that isn't too complicated in terms of like the arrangement and stuff like that, but still keeping it really interesting. And a lot of that is often because of like the melody and chord progressions that he will choose and the way how he produces around that. But it's a great example like for like how to do Liquid well. And he can really like make a basic idea that is like maybe like what, like 2 bars long, and just repeat that over and over throughout the track. But by just automating stuff and like bringing subtle elements in and out, he will keep it really interesting all the way through. And that's a great example, you know, of like making a track that is smooth and sort of like chill, but still really interesting. Cool. Next up, Carter with circuits. Oh wait, I think we have a sub boost on here. My bad. Let me get rid of these. I was like, whoa, that's a lot of sub. No, I don't have beer now. I just sparkling water, man. I don't think it's out of key. Yeah, I think the main issue with this drop is that the main bass, that sort of like sub bass, kind of lacks a little bit of punch in like the area just above the sub. Like it needs a bit of an extra bit here. Now obviously I cannot really push it here because then we also push the kick drum. But it needs more there to really feel as heavy as it wants to be, because right now it just lacks a lot of that. it just needs more there. And like it's usually pretty easy to do that. Like you can do that with a bit of saturation, or just like there's already a bit of that on this bass to begin with. Like there's already a bit of a pitch drop, but you really want to emphasize that, because right now it feels like there's a little bit of a gap between sort of like the mid-range stuff and then the bass underneath it. Songs like these need more saturation. They don't always need more saturation, but like, yeah, there definitely needs to be a bit of extra weight on the bass. Because like it feels right now like the bass is weightier in the intro than it is in the drop, right? Like here, you have like the Reese parts that are in here, and even in the drop as well. Like in the transitions, there's like little Reese based parts, and those sound bassier and weightier than the actual main bass, because there's more stuff in like the low mids as with the main bass, and therefore also when the drop hits, it just feels a little empty. Because it's mostly sub. And you can even see it here on millimeters. Like you can see that you have the sub, and then between the sub and like the mid range, there's like a clear sort of like cut almost. Like there's like a gap, which you can fill up with like some low mids, like right here. See? There's like a big gap here. Like obviously the kick drum sits in that gap, but the kick drum only hits like for like a couple of milliseconds. Well, not milliseconds, but like it hits for like what, maybe like 100 or 200 milliseconds at a time, and then the entire other time that the kick is not playing, there's like a big gap there. I don't mind the lead actually being a bit repetitive. I think that's fine. No, like if we have a bass, so let's see. One moment. I got a cat that wants to go outside of my room. One moment, guys. There you go. Yeah, get your tail out of. There we go. Cool. I mean, basses like these are pretty easy to make, because it's basically just a sine wave with a pitch drop on it. Don't know what the key is. D flat. Okay. Right, so we got that, for instance. Now, let's just... First of all, we can increase the amount of pitch drop at the start. to make it feel more weighty in like the low mids, but let's keep it a little bit here. We could also emphasize that with like another quicker sort of like LFO at the start here, or envelope, and just put that on the pitch as well. So we get like a higher transient. And then obviously the wavetable itself matters a lot, so, or like the waveform probably. So if we just have our sine wave, I probably can just grab one of my own wavetables. Let's see, let's grab this one. So just a sine wave, and then we can add in a little bit more harmonics. And then from there, like pushing it with some distortion would be good. And then maybe low passing that again afterwards, so that we don't get as much higher stuff, but and then maybe we can use one of these on the cutoff here to make the transient come through a little bit more again. And that will already sound a lot weightier than just having a sine wave. Like obviously let me copy this one real quick. Why doesn't it copy it with the pitch automation? Let's see, we can balance these in terms of their level. That is minus 30, minus 12. Okay, it's a little, just like 1 dB quieter. There we go. And then we can push the level up here. So that would be with like some extra harmonics. And this is just a sine. Now, because we have more harmonics here now, it will sort of like help to kind of make it feel bigger. And obviously you can play around with like adding more on top of it if you want. You can always try out some extra stuff. Because right now this is only using, yeah. So we could even add like a little bit of these harmonics in here. I don't know why it doesn't add it. That's kind of weird. Let me remove these real quick. So like adding a little bit of the sort of like, what is that, the even harmonics in there as well will also kind of help. And we can boost these up a little to make them a little louder. Oh, my bad. But yeah, you definitely want to have some stuff there. And I guess we can even play around with it. Like if you want to emphasize it even more, you can have like an EQ, for instance, in that range. And we can automate that. So we can say, maybe we'll do a little thing on it. We're getting a little click, but if I put it before the filter, we shouldn't. See, so we can add a little boost in that range. And that will sort of like give it a little bit more stuff in the low mid, so that it will sound more like there's less of that gap. Yeah, it's really just about the sound design, exactly. I mean, a little bit of that and mixing, I guess, because you can bring that stuff up with mixing as well, but it's easiest to do it in the sound design phase, to be quite honest. But you can just hear if I bring the filter down, it also removes some of that mids again, of course, but it just feels bigger when there's more mids. Right? And that's the main thing you want to do on these kind of basses. And obviously, you can play around with adding some noise on top of it or whatever. But it's not going to work in this case because we've low passed it. In fact, using like automation on the EQ can be really powerful. I use that quite a bit in Serum because you can do a lot with that, honestly. Like you can do some crazy, like if you're familiar with how to make like techno kicks or stuff like that in Serum, you can do a lot with those kind of automations. You can make some crazy sounds. Then using an LFO to kind of then obviously I guess we could even distort it more after that. Distortion type also matters a lot. Soft saturation is actually quite nice on these kind of sounds. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to give more weight to a subby bass like that. It's just when there's like a clear gap between the sub and the rest of the stuff, it usually ends up sounding empty. And the easiest way to fill it up is just by having some extra harmonics. Like there's a little bit, like I can see it on the spectrum analyzer that there's a little bit, but it's just not enough. See, we can see here in the low end that there's a little bit of that higher harmonic, but it's just very quiet. And then when you can see it, right? When the extra, so like the mid-range bass comes in, it suddenly becomes louder. Let's see. See right here, there's a little bit of that higher harmonic, And then the mid bass comes in, and then suddenly you have this sort of like extra burst of low mids. For some reason it gets louder here. There's more low mids coming in later on in the drop, actually, which is interesting. But in like the first section of the drop, there's too little of it, and that results to it sort of like feeling a bit like, I don't know, like the drop hits and you're like, that feels a little bit like a letdown. You're building up all the energy in the build, and then the drop hits and it feels too empty. Yeah, okay, I noticed that, actually, but it does feel like it's too empty here. If I would do that, I would do that with something else than the sub. Like, you can build up intensity in, like, the other areas of the frequency spectrum, but the sub needs to be weighty, otherwise the drop hits and it's like, something's missing. Yeah, exactly. Add like another mid or high layer, something that adds like texture or whatever. But the sub needs to be weighty. Otherwise it just, yeah, it feels like something is missing. I mean, production otherwise is good though. Sound design is nice. But then, see, when this hits, it's like, it feels too empty. Now, another thing I would love to hear, it's a little tiny detail, but on like these sort of like kick drum builds, I usually don't like it when the kick drum speeds up like this and then there's still all the low end in the kick drum. What I usually like the most is when you do these builds is to have like a high pass on the kick and then automate it up, so that as the kick drum speeds up, you get less and less low end, and that will also help to make the drop have more impact. And it's very simple to do, just literally just like a high pass and just automate it up as the kick drum speeds up. Drums could maybe be a bit more present though, or like the main kick and snare, especially the snare, could maybe be a bit more upfront. I guess it's because that lead element is so loud, and it kind of pushes the drums back a little. I mean, just a couple of minor tweaks here and there, and it'll be much better. So, good job. Next up is O&P. Let me check. Do we have? Oh, we have another track in the Discord. Don't autoplay SoundCloud, please. Oh, little tip, if you submit your track, make sure you actually put the information in the file name and not in the title on SoundCloud. Because if I download the file, it doesn't include whatever you put in the title, it just has the original file name. So I saw that you added like the key and BPM and stuff in the title on the track of SoundCloud, but it won't show up in the actual file that I download because it just gives me the file name that you uploaded it with. So keep that in mind. Oh, I closed down Ableton. No, Carter has some amazing tunes. He submitted some great tunes in the past. So like I know what he's capable of. It's just like this one right here. It's mainly just a little issue with the bass. If you can figure that out, it'll immediately sound better. So good job so far. Like, one thing I really appreciate of his tunes is that he has his own style, and you can hear that with all of his submissions, that they have a similar feel, a similar style, and it really feels like you have actually found your own sound, which is good, you know? Now it's just all about perfecting that. Like, the hardest thing, and I think almost everyone will be able to agree with me on that, the hardest thing is to find your own sound. That's the toughest thing in music production, regardless of the genre. Like, finding your own sort of like sound in your own niche is like the hardest thing to do. And if you can find something that is you, then that is like half of the work, in my opinion. And you've got that. Like you have that. So that's a great thing. Cool. O&P. No average. Oh wait, O&P and no average, right? Is no average featured on this track? Is that another artist? And the track title is Tulhan? Version 22. I love it. I got a bunch of those projects as well, where literally version 20 plus, and I'm still not happy with it. Oh, we all know the struggle. Did I turn the EQ off? I did. Thanks for reminding me, though. Cool vibe so far. bit of a cinematic vibe. Like little vocal bits. I mean, that's a pretty nice tune, actually. I think mix is pretty alright, actually. There's a couple of things I would like maybe on this. Like you have these, let's see, where are they? Like those hits, for instance, those cinematic hits. Like it would be nice if there was a little bit of like a sound leading up into it, like a little reversed element. And then some of these hits, I'm not sure which one, was somewhere in the middle. I think it's probably this one. Yeah, like having like a reverse thing into it and then layer like a sub impact underneath this hit. Like one of those really subby sort of like impact sounds. Yeah, something like that. Layer that underneath it, and then have like something reversing into it, and it will just make that feel even more interesting. Tiny little detail, but small little things like that matter, you know? You said you used the Rodope library. I actually never use it with the staccato vocal stuff. I guess that's what you used. I almost only use it with the sustained vocals. I'm thinking maybe these sort of like percussive elements here, these like cinematic percussion elements, would be nice if there was a bit more like a reverb on it. Like maybe even just some convolution reverb, just so that they have a bit more space to it. They feel a little dry maybe. Also, we were talking about loudness a little bit ago, right? This is a good example of a track that is made in a way that it will lend itself really well to be really loud. Like, if we just look at it, like, if we just look at this drop here. Like, look at the LUFS reading. We're at -3, basically. Or even going into the -1s every once in a while. But that's because this bass is basically sustained, right? There's no gaps in it. It's literally just a big sustained bass, as you can see in the waveform. And that way it will immediately be louder. We were talking about that a little bit ago, and this is a good example actually of a track that is written in a way that it will automatically be louder than other tracks. It's hard to have it quieter than -2 with that Reese. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a sustained bass, right? It's not like a rhythmic bass with little gaps between every little hit. No, it's just like a big sustained bass, and that way it will immediately be louder. Which is cool. Like, it's fine. Like, depending on how the track is made, it will be a certain loudness, right? And this one is made in a way where it will immediately be louder. And that's just to come back to what we were talking about in the past, like earlier on in the stream. Yeah, like I said, I would love to, in these sections where it's a bit quieter, I would love to hear some more like reverse sound effects and stuff like that to kind of lead into the next section and stuff like that, just to keep it a bit more interesting. A brass layer could work as well. I mean, doesn't need it, but like it could be fun. Yeah, drums are definitely my favorite part of this one. I love the drum stuff. Drums are done really well. Good job. Really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that one. It's actually pretty much right out of Serum with a little acoustic layer. Yeah, I mean, Serum is goated for making drums. Like, a lot of people that watch my channel know that I love Serum for making drums. But it's like, you get so much control, you know, that you can basically make drums, really good drums, straight out of Serum. With just, if you know what you're doing, you know? Especially if we combine it with like the little convolution trick that I showed a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. Like if you just make a decent snare in Serum, find yourself an acoustic acoustic snare, and add it on in a convolution reverb, and just blend that in, you know? It's easy once you get the hang. Yeah, exactly. Like most of my drums are often made with Serum. There's usually a bit of processing, of course, and a little bit of like maybe a layer here and there, but like all of these snares. It's all just Serum. I got a whole series of videos on like making drum and bass drums, and a lot of that goes into sound design with Serum from scratch. And they're on my YouTube channel, so it's the deep dive into drum and bass drums videos. They are quite long videos. I'm gonna admit they're long videos, but there's also so much to talk about, and I would rather, you know, do a full dive into it that is really detailed than just making a video that pleases the YouTube algorithm, you know? Like, honestly, the videos would probably get way more views if I made it like really cut down and like a flashy fucking title that has some clickbait in it, and you know what, you know the deal. But no, I wanted to make a bunch of videos that actually like break down the whole process in like in an in-depth way, and that's what those videos are. So they might not get picked up by the algorithm too much, but it's fine. And I could even do an updated one, to be honest, because there's a bunch of stuff in there that I do now that is not in those videos, but it will definitely give you a good idea of what you can do with Serum and how to, you know, like get started on making your own drums from scratch. Like, I will probably do an update at some point because, yeah, I probably should have like an update with the little trick that we have now with the that I do with the I don't know if I have any drums here. There. Like, that's just straight out of Serum, right? Oh, I was about to say, like, why does it sound wonky? Because it is. Wait, what? Oh, the loop is off. Like, that is just a snare made in Serum. But even if you take this little resonance out, like, this is how I did it first, just using like a wavetable to create resonance, which in this case would just be that, which works. Definitely helps to give it a little bit of a resonance, but the new thing that I'm doing is just so much nicer. It just sounds so much cooler, right? Should we show it again? Why not? Grab yourself the Kilohertz Convolver and an acoustic drum sound. Doesn't really matter, but depending on how much resonance that sound has, it will sound different. Mix it in quite low. Give that a little fade out maybe. Delay it a little bit so that it comes in after the transient. And then bring down the stretch. Such a good technique for adding that resonance to a snare that you've made in Serum. Yeah, Convolver is amazing. You can also frequency shift it, but like just changing the stretch, which is basically the size, you change the pitch, and then you just have to tweak the length. All you need is just a couple of like good like acoustic snare drum samples. That's all you need. Like just go online and just search for like a pack with like some acoustic snare samples. There's probably a ton of them on Reddit. Or if you have like a Addictive Drums or Superior Drummer or something, just export a whole bunch of the snare drums as samples, and you're good to go. And if you want to make the really big pen snares, like the crazy snares, you can do that as well. Just make them longer. Yeah, there's so many packs online with like recorded samples, like especially in like the metal world. There's a lot of people actually just posting packs of their drum kits with like the individual drums sampled as hits, and you can just find a lot of those on Reddit. Just download a bunch of them and just use those in a convolution plugin. Or just in general, like if you search for it, acoustic drum hits, then you'll find a ton. So it's not that hard to come across them. You don't need like Addictive Drums. Like the ones that I use are just some of the snares from Addictive Drums bounced to audio, but like you don't need that. You can find a ton of those online anyway. Cool. Next one. I don't know whose track this is. Let's see. Whose track is this? I don't know. We have Hakari, then we have Matthew, yeah. Wait, I feel like I missed a track. Oh yeah, OMP, you send it in a direct message. Okay, so this is, oh yeah, okay. So this is the SoundCloud name is Versatile. Cool. I was getting mixed up because you sent me a track in DM, but that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's have a little listen. I think this is different than drum and bass, right? This is a different tempo. classic break. I think it's just too little going on here. Like, either you need to cut this section shorter, or you need to add some stuff.
Rock your soul, but make a building shake.
I mean, that's dirty though. I mean, it's not even an aim and break. This is the think break. No, I think the main thing here is like with a track like this, you don't need an intro this long. You could probably what BPM is this? I don't know. Does it tell me on Discord? 110. Okay, that makes sense. No, you probably can shorten this up in the intro. Let's see. There's probably a little tiny gap at the start. Like, we can probably get rid of quite a bit of this. Now, there might be some elements sort of like coming in over time, so it might not work but right now, but in terms of arrangement-wise, you could probably shorten it up to this long. Because, like, before it, the drop comes in at, what is it, 2 minutes and 19, almost 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's quite a long intro for a track like this. And even now I would say this needs something extra in here. actually still work relatively
Rock
well.
your soul, but make a building shake.
Yeah, I feel like that's the main issue with the think break is those little vocal bits. They're cool to use it as like a little bit here and there, but if they are playing the entire way through, it gets quite annoying. These bits here, you know, these vocal little shouts in the break. So what you can actually do is, if you have the original break, like the original track, is you can actually just make a version of the break without the vocal bits, and then only use them here and there. Like, I don't know if I have one. I know I have the shakers separated. Oh, there we go. So you can just take like those little parts, and this is just all from the original track, so just take those parts and then find like sections where the vocal is not there and splice together like a version of the break without the vocal hits, to use as like the main break, and then you can still use the vocal bits here and there, but if you just use it the entire time, it gets quite annoying fast. You don't even have to EQ them out. Like, there's more hits in the original track that you can sample than just this short little breaklet.
Rock your soul, but make a building shake.
I do like the idea for the drop though. But yeah, I think those vocal bits just take away from the track right now. Like, without it, it just sounds better. Might also be because I've heard those vocals so many times already, you know? They're on so many different tracks that, you know, I'm kind of over them, to be honest. Idea is good though. I just don't think the think about it vocals work too well in this particular one. Like, maybe, like I said, maybe just every once in a while, but not the entire way through, or a good majority of the way through. Intro definitely needs some work though, for sure. Like, especially with like the slower the tempo, like, you can probably get away with shortening this intro up a lot. I feel like when a track is a slower tempo, the intro most of the time doesn't really need to be as long, unless you really do something interesting in the intro. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you're trying to set a mood and do like some world building, then yes, a longer intro can definitely be the right way to go. But if it's just an introduction to a track, and like the way it is right now, you don't want to drag it out too long because it'll get boring quite fast. Like, especially what we did here, like that already improved the flow of this a lot better. But it all depends on what you're gonna do with the intro, you know? Like if you're really gonna add a lot of stuff to the intro, then maybe it will work if it's longer, but I would definitely try and not make it too long. Like this would be 144. That's already quite long for an intro. So keep that in mind. Like we could probably even shorten this up even more. Like if we just do this. Still want something extra happening, but arrangement-wise, this already flows a lot better. It doesn't drag out as much, you know? Still need something extra though, but...
Sober, make a building shake.
I would say for this kind of track, this intro length is ideal. Like the drop is already pretty interesting right now, so right now I really would focus on the intro, and like I guess if you have the intro, then that will sort of like help you with the rest of the track as well, because you can reuse parts of this for the breakdown, and then for the second drop just do like a variation on the first drop, and you'll be good to go. Like, but I think this length for the intro would be much better. That's just over a minute, not too long. Add a little extra thing here to make it more interesting. That for sure. But then, you know, it doesn't drag out as long, and it'll be much easier to make it work and keep it from getting repetitive and keep it from being boring. So I did enjoy it though. Good job. Let's move on. Also, let me try, because I saw somebody submitted on the Discord. Tuck submitted another tune. But I don't know if it's... I think something is up with the Discord servers, because it's not downloading the track. I'm trying to download it, but it just keeps loading. So Tuck, I'm not sure if you're still watching, but if you are, could you maybe upload it somewhere else so that I can download it? Because for some reason Discord doesn't want to allow me to download it. Like I've just let it load for like 30 seconds, and it still didn't start downloading. So I think something is up with the servers of Discord right now. So maybe upload it to like Google Drive or Dropbox or SoundCloud or whatever, because it's not allowing me to download it from Discord directly. Yeah, I would say maybe this is like, yeah, I guess glitch hop, neuro hop kind of stuff, which is nice. Yeah, Discord does some weird shit sometimes. In general, like downloading from the Discord servers is always quite slow. For some reason, when I'm streaming, like if it works, it's still slow as hell. Like if I click the download button in Discord when I'm streaming, it already takes a lot longer to start the download than when I'm not streaming. But it's even when I'm not streaming, it's substantially slower than downloading from like any other place. So I don't know what they're doing on Discord, but so yeah, try and upload it somewhere else because right now Discord ain't working. I mean, I have Discord Nitro, so you would think that that will, you know, give me priority, but right now I think it's just literally just the servers having an issue because it's not downloading at all. Like normally it would maybe take like 5 to 10 seconds when I'm streaming and then it does actually start downloading, but now it just doesn't start at all. So it's probably not on my end. Because I've got a good internet connection. Yeah, no worries. We still got a bunch of tunes before your tune is up, so. Yeah, like I'm on a fiber optic internet speed, so like that shouldn't be an issue. I can literally download gigabytes in like a matter of minutes. So I'm pretty sure it's not on my end. Like I was reading a thing on earlier on like I think it was Instagram underneath one of the posts of EA Skate of the official account, and there were a bunch of people complaining like, "Oh, there's another update. I just spent fucking an hour and a half downloading the update and the issue still isn't fixed." And I'm like, an hour and a half? Dude, it literally updates in like 5 minutes for me. Like, what the hell are you talking about? What kind of internet connection are you on? Or am I just on such an insanely fast internet connection? I mean, I don't know, but I don't know what it is right now, but they keep upping my speed. So last time I checked, I was on like a 400 mbit speed, but I think right now it's like 800 or something. Or maybe even 1,000 at this point. I don't know. They keep improving it, so every time I just check it, it's just gotten quicker. So I think it's 800 mbit now. Last time I checked. But Dutch internet is generally pretty good, so that helps. Cool. Next one, Echoes of Order. By who? Because the file name is not including that. DMD. Oh, it's Angel. Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want a slower internet connection anymore either. Like, it's just so nice being able to download an update for a game in like a matter of minutes. Even like when I bought Forza Horizon 6, like for me it's just a matter of like what, like I don't know, downloading the entire game obviously takes longer, but it didn't even take all that long. So I wouldn't want to be on like a slow as hell internet connection and just having it, having to wait like hours for the game to download. That would suck. That's mine. Cool. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, you said Our daily dose of metal, or monthly dose of metal. I mean, the main upside of my internet is that we almost never get an internet outage, which is the best. Actually, last time we talked about that, and I said like I almost never get an internet outage, and literally that same evening my internet went out. So I hope I didn't jinx it now, but dude, I fucking remember being on like dial-up internet, so like, don't get me started, mate. I remember as a kid, I was only allowed on the internet in the evening because then the internet was cheaper. Before I had my own computer, you know? I would only be allowed on the internet in the evening so that I could download some stuff and like play some early old Flash games online or something, whatever I did back then as a kid, because the internet was cheaper. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. One person logs in on the internet while you're also trying to download something, and your entire speed just slows down even more. It almost ends up being at a standstill. Fucking hell, I remember when like during like time when I first got my own computer with internet, you know, when we first had like non-dial-up internet. And I still remember the days like it would always be so annoying that during the weekends and shit, when everybody is not at work, the internet speed would just crawl to an absolute standstill because everybody in my neighborhood would be on the internet, and I was like, fucking hell, mate. No such thing anymore, you know. Nowadays it's all good, but back in the day it would always suck so hard. Like at peak times, like the internet would just be so fucking slow because everyone is on the internet. Cool. Let's have a little listen. I'm not sure how much feedback I'll be able to give on this because it's metal, but hey, I enjoy myself some metal, so let's check it out. Exactly, old school LimeWire days. Cool. Okay, almost done eating. I wouldn't really know what to give feedback on this, to be honest. Like, sounds good to my ears. Needs a vocal though. No, I'm just kidding. I know it says instrumental. I think with a vocal, it would actually already make such a big difference, obviously. I mean, at least there's a bunch of people in the chat right now giving you feedback, because I wouldn't necessarily not be able to say too much about it. But I'm also not a metal producer, so that kind of helps. Oh, Tuck, here you've uploaded your track? One moment, let me check. See if SoundCloud does actually allow me to download it. Yeah, see, exactly. I just click download and it starts immediately. In fact, I didn't even see it download. It just popped up as done. So it's definitely Discord. I clicked the download button on SoundCloud and my download window popped up and it was already done downloading. Like, yeah, that's how it should be. Discord is just a piece of shit sometimes. It's a hybrid record, used analog pedals for the guitars and bass like 1433 and TC Electronics compressor. I don't use much digital stuff, just the drums and API to 2500 CLA 2A. Yeah, I mean, I do like the sound of it. I think from just judging from the sound itself, like it sounds pretty good to my ears. It's just that, you know, I don't make metal, so for me it's kind of tough giving feedback on something like this. I can only just say that I appreciate the sound of it, so... Maybe not the type of metal I would normally listen to, though, but that aside. I also don't listen to a lot of metal, to be honest. I do listen to it sometimes, but not that often. I do sometimes look into like tunes, like rock music in general when I'm when I'm doing a skate edit, because you know it just helps to have some nice energetic music. Like everybody in the whole EA skate community, like there's too many people using like fucking trap music for like their edits, and I'm like, that's not me. Like I could maybe use some boom bap hip hop, but most of the time I like something more high energy. And so I usually end up like looking up some playlists on YouTube or something and just listening to that while I'm playing, and I'll find like a whole bunch of cool music that I never knew about. Based. I mean, it's tough to find the right tracks for like an edit, you know, because it needs to have the right sort of like energy. Usually best if it has like a good intro that isn't too long, so that you can have like a little section where you either put like some logos of, you know, whatever brand name or whatever, maybe some B-roll shots, and then it needs to go into like the high energy quite fast, because otherwise the intro of the video is too long. A good amount of D&B guys are into metal. Yeah, true. I mean, there's some overlap, I would say. Same as like, well, I mean, there's a lot of metal people into dubstep as well, like the tear out stuff, or the other way around, whatever you want to call it. Like I'm seeing a lot of these like tear out dubstep tracks with like metal vocals and metal sections in it these days. It's not really my kind of music though, if I'm honest, but okay, I understand some people like it. Not me though. Like for me, a lot of the tear out dubstep stuff is just way too noisy and just I don't enjoy it too much. Dude, a good D&B party is fucking great. Like a good D&B party, yeah. Dubstep and metal kind of have the same breakdown atmosphere. Yeah, there's also some overlap tempo wise, right? Like not obviously like rock music and metal. There's like a whole for big variety of tempos that you can go for, and in dubstep it's kind of limited or like tear out. Um, but there's a lot of metal within that same tempo range, so I can see the sort of like appeal and the overlap between those. Dude, there's probably good drum and bass parties in a lot of places. There's such a big variety though. Like you've got the really big festivals and stuff, which are great, don't get me wrong, but my preferred type of drum and bass party is like just like a small venue, a sweaty ass dark club with like a couple of hundred people max, you know? That's the best type of party. Like obviously I also enjoy like seeing like big festival type parties, but I don't know, there's just something about a dark, sweaty, small club with like a couple of hundred people where the DJ is so close to the audience that you could literally touch the fucking decks if you wanted to. Like there's just something about that kind of atmosphere, you know? where there's not too much production going on in terms of like the stage and like all of that. It's literally just a good sound system, a nice sounding room, and just a whole bunch of people having a great time. That's just that's just the best. Intimate parties are by far the best. Yeah, exactly. Like just a nice underground party, you know? Like these days, a lot of these biggest parties, they're all about like having the craziest visuals. And dude, I went to parties back in the day where there wasn't even any visuals. Like they might have had like a little strobe light and maybe one laser, and that was it. If they even had one. I remember the visuals at one party I went to. Spore was playing a show, and the visuals that he had was literally just a flag that he hung up on the front of the DJ booth with his logo. That was the visuals. Oh yeah, and the smoke machine. But hell was it a good party. Oh, and he handed out stickers. That was another thing. He was handing out stickers for everybody to slap on the DJ booth during his set. Hey, what more do you need? You know? Yeah, I love small parties like that, man. They're great. What do we have next? A track that is not named correctly. Uh, it just says FG. FG. Okay. Does that stand for Future Garage? I think it does. This is by Nero. Nero, Future Garage, B Dorian Sharp 4? Is that what it is? I think SoundCloud cuts out the sharp symbol. B Dorian Sharp 4. Interesting skill choice. Or is it B Dorian Flat 4? No, Sharp 4, right? Yeah, must be Sharp 4. No, it's not Sharp. What is it then? B Dorian 4? What's that? Isn't it just B Dorian then? It's Ableton stuff. I believe in Ableton you have like there is a skill in Ableton with Dorian Sharp 4, I believe. We go check here. Skills. B Dorian. We've got regular Dorian and then we've Dorian Sharp 4. That's what it is. It's basically the Dorian scale, but the fourth scale degree is sharpened with a semitone. That's what it is. Like normally you would get like B Dorian would be fucking hell, my grid is all messed up. B Dorian would be that, and then that, I guess. Is that correct? This would be minor. And then Dorian makes that. Yeah. And then Dorian Sharp 4 would be that. If I'm correct. I am correct. It's an actually really interesting sounding scale. I believe Dorian Sharp 4 is same as Ukrainian minor, if I'm correct. I believe that's another name for it. It's basically just a different sounding minor scale. But it's kind of an interesting one. It's related to harmonic minor. It's a mode of harmonic minor. If I'm correct, and I think I am. It has a similar kind of feel to harmonic minor, Phrygian dominant. It just starts on a different note in that same sort of like pattern, that same sort of like interval kind of pattern. But it just starts on a different note. But it has a kind of similar vibe to it. Cool. Let's check it out. Yeah, I love anything that is coming from like harmonic minor. Like harmonic minor, Phrygian dominant, Dorian Sharp 4, like all of these sort of like modes from harmonic minor are amazing. Because they have like a lot of these, especially if you're making like anything that sounds kind of dark or kind of, you know, angry. It has a lot of these like semitone intervals in it, which is great for that kind of stuff. But even for like some more moody stuff, you know, or cinematic stuff, it works great as well. Should we boost the level on this one a little bit? think what could be cool is like you have the vocal here as well, right? Yeah. I think what could be cool is in the drop or whatever we want to call it. If you take the vocal, and just really start, I guess, process the shit out of it with like different effects, whether it's like, I don't know, some portal or whatever, and do like a lot of filtering on it. Like try and just don't really pay too much attention on, like, I guess I would just move the vocal all the way to the side where there's nothing, and then just start doing like a lot of filter movements on it, and like with a low pass filter, doing like some granular processing on it or whatever, just to make yourself like a bunch of cool little vocal textures that are made from this vocal. And then instead of having the vocal like this, where it's just playing the entire way through, just put in like little pieces of it, just to kind of make it interesting and have like gaps between those pieces as well. So you kind of just add them in here and there, as opposed to having just the vocal play all the way through. Make it alien. Yeah, exactly. Do like some crazy weird vocal texture bits. That would be sick. And then you can use the vocal like you are in the intro, you know? Using it like this here is completely fine. I actually like that. I don't think the intro needs all that much for this kind of thing. It just doesn't need to be too long though, like, you want to be careful with that. How long is the intro? About a minute. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. You would maybe want to be, you know, do a couple of more interesting things here and there. Like maybe, like, you could even really start this a lot more low pass, maybe. And sort of like fade it in over time and play around with some Foley in the first section to kind of fill up what you're missing then. But I guess just subtle automation on this would help a lot. You really start like that, with some nice little Foley in the background. And start opening it up as this intro progresses. Maybe halfway through start introducing like a very filtered version of the drums, like really no low end, no highs, just a little bit of the mids, and maybe even play around with like some reverb on it so that they get pushed further in the background, and slowly fade those in as well. And then do maybe a little thing before sort of like the main section hits, so it kind of, I don't know, just helps with the transition. And then, like I said, take the vocal out the way it is now, but like make yourself a whole bunch of like really textured sort of like bits of vocal from it, and then use those instead. That would probably be really cool. Yeah, low passing stuff really helps with this kind of stuff. Like, especially if you listen to like Burial stuff, for instance, like he uses a lot of his sound in general is pretty low passed, but in a good way, of course. So, but he also uses a lot of Foley. Yeah, the drums kind of have that same vibe though. mean, when it comes to Foley, like, you've got so many different routes you could go, right? Like, obviously, the cliche one would be some rain. Like, that would be the cliche one that everybody has used a ton of times already. But, like, look for, like, field recordings. Like, not necessarily rain, because that's something that a lot of people have done already. But, like, look for field recordings, you know? Like, there's so many things online with, like, field recordings that people have recorded all over the world. And there's so many cool bits in there. Like, I've got a whole folder with stuff like that just to add texture, you know? Freesound is a good place. There's a lot of people on there that upload good ones. Like, I got a whole fucking folder full of, like, field recordings of, like, different things. Like industrial noise and stuff like that. Some of them are gonna be pretty quiet, but... like, just sound people recorded in, like, industrial sites and stuff like that. A lot of that is great to spice up, like, an intro. And it can also be fun to, if there's, like, you know, stuff in there that you don't want, is use Soothe to kind of get rid of that. Like, I know a lot of field recordings often have, like, bird sounds in it, which is just, you know, what you get when you're gonna record outside, right? There's birds outside, so a lot of times when you record sounds outside, you'll have some bird sounds in there. But just chuck a Soothe on there and really focus the Soothe on, like, the area where the bird sounds are, and it will remove them instantly. I mean, for this kind of stuff, you know, like, reverb is something that you can use a lot. Like, it's similar to, like, ambient music in that regard, where reverb is often something that really helps this kind of stuff. So wouldn't be too concerned about it. Yeah, I got way too many of these field recordings, man. Got gigabytes of field recordings. I mean, even if you're gonna do orchestral style, you could, like, I believe there's, I don't know if I have one here, but there's, like, field recordings of people basically setting up their instruments inside of a concert hall, like, stuff like that, you know? Use that as Foley instead. There's so many different routes you can take it. Like, Foley is such a wide sort of, like, thing, because, or just go record your own sounds, you know? No, oh no, I actually see a folder now called Bad Playing. I remember downloading these from Freesound. Basically, just I think it was from a school or something that posted files on Freesound with, like, instruments being played in an incorrect way, and I was like, dude, these are fucking awesome. Just distort the crap out of it. You get some weirdest fucking lead sounds. No, there's so many things you can do with it, but, like, Foley is such a go-to technique for adding, like, texture to stuff. And one really cool thing that you can do to make stuff more interesting with Foley is you can use the Foley to control things on other sounds. So, for instance, if you have, like, I don't know, let's say, maybe, hey, that could even work on the vocal, to be quite honest. Like, take the vocal, put a low pass filter on it, or other effects, like, could be anything, basically. But low pass filter is probably the easiest thing. And use a Foley sound. So let me actually try this real quick. So let me just grab the intro. I don't have the vocal sample, but we can try the intro real quick. So if we chuck on, I don't know, an EQ8, or let's do an auto filter because that has a steeper filter curve. And now let's grab ourselves some kind of a Foley sound. What do we got? Do I got something saved that we can use? Sure. Doesn't really matter what we are going to use right now. Wish it was longer, but it's fine. Let's just loop it a bunch of times. There we go. So now we can use this Foley sound, like we don't even need to hear it, but we can use it to control stuff on the other sound. So if we put an envelope follower on here, like it's starting to receive the volume, we can, you know, like maybe increase the gain here so it goes up higher. And we could even, let's say if we want this to be slower, we can even, I guess, just slow it down. Maybe even pitch it down, that might be easier. So we're getting all these things happening now. And we can use that to control stuff. So we can put that on the filter here and maybe make it unipolar. So now this filter is going to move regarding to what this Foley is doing. It's a really easy way to make stuff sound textural. And we can start processing this before the envelope follower as well. So if we, for instance, add a gate in front of it, you get all these weird sort of like rhythms that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And you can play around a lot with that kind of stuff, like try out different Foley stuff in front of it and just use stuff to control effects on the other sound. And it will really quickly result in something very textured. Not sure if we have some longer bits. Let's see. I mean, these are probably longer. But you want something that is quite textured already. So like Foley, like this one kind of works well. Cool. And just playing around with like a big effects chain after it, for instance, you'll have some pretty cool stuff pretty quickly. Cool way to do sound design. Anyways, Let's move on to the next tune. Moderat? That's probably it. I was gonna say Moderat. No, Moderat. Bad Kingdom. No, like, but you don't have to use them just like that. Like, that could be the start to make it sound textural. And then if you put like a granular delay on it, or like a grain delay in Ableton, or like put a portal on it, and like put some reverb on it afterwards, you'll get less stuttery sounds, but it'll become textured, right? That's kind of what you want. You want to sort of like create texture in it. And then if you know, like sprinkle those bits of vocal in here and there during like the main section, I guess the drop, if we want to call it that, you'll be able to get these really textured kind of sounds that'll spice it up a lot. But, you know, if you want to make a textured sound, then you have to start by doing something like that to instantly give it that texture, and then, you know, by adding more stuff like delay, you can then make it less stuttery, but still it will sound like a more textured sound. Yeah, Infiltrator can also be a good thing to add on top. Like, Infiltrator is amazing. Has so many cool effects in it that you can combine to create, like, interesting sounds. Anyways, Mode Rat. Let's have a little listen to this. Oh, I feel we're back at drum and bass tempo.
No one's gonna shed a tears, no need to shout, just to stand in silence. The words spend time in the early morning haze. You sit away, watching for glasses filled and eyes. This is not what you want.
My bad. I was like, why the fuck does it sound so distorted? My bad. We had the saturator still turned on. I noticed that a lot of D&B tunes start with hats from the get-go. I mean, back in the day, that was done to help DJs, you know? And I guess it has just stuck around. Like, I actually like it when it doesn't do that. But sometimes it can also help, you know, having like a hat every 2 beats or every bar, so that it kind of helps, so like establish the tempo. But mainly back in the day, it was done to kind of help DJs and make it easier for the track to be mixed in a set. That was kind of like, you know, what it was used for the most back in the day. Now we should be good. Like, I would argue there's other ways to do that same thing though. Like,
no one's gonna shed a tears, no need to shout, just to stand in silence. The words spend time in the early morning haze. You sit away, watching for glasses filled and eyes. This is not what you
I mean, it wasn't just a saturation, it still sounds really distorted. I'm sorry. But tone down the distortion. it's not helping the track.
This is not what you wanted. Not what you had.
Like you can hear on the drums, it just distorts, and especially on the high end of the drums, you can just hear it distorting, which is not great.
This is not what you wanted. Not what you had in mind. This is not what you wanted. Not what you had in mind. Vacuous winter stare, a worn-out version of yourself. Too tough to fall, but not strong enough to turn. But not strong enough to turn. But not strong enough to turn. This is not what you wanted. Not what you had in mind. This is not what you wanted. Not what you had in mind.
This is a weird one. Like, the vocal and the synths in the intro kind of make it want to be a smooth, sort of like deeper tune, but then the drums are like way too fucking distorted and way too loud for like what the rest of the track is. Like, I mean, not too loud in terms of actual volume, but like just the sound design of the drums. It's like it's drums that you would see in like a heavier track, for instance. But still, you know, they're too distorted. And then the bass sound as well is like, I don't know, like, I think with synths like this and a vocal like that, you know, like a Lopez Reese would probably work a lot better. Something that's deeper, that's more chill. But I don't know what is happening here with the distortion, man. It just sounds way too distorted. I don't know what you did, but probably don't want to do it. Because it's not helping the sound of the track at all. Like, it's a little quiet for some reason. I don't know what's going on here. Because this is set to 0. Okay, so that's good. I don't know what's going on. It sounded like wave shaping on the master. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like you just threw some kind of distortion or wave shaping on the master track to make everything louder, but it's not really doing everything justice. It's not really helping anything here. It's just making it sound worse, which is not good. I mean, there's some cool synth sounds in here, and I mean, they work with the vocal. Vocal is not really my cup of tea, though. I'm gonna be honest. But I could see it working with the synths and like with some more like a chill kind of vibe, but currently it's not doing that. Like when I hear this, I'm like, okay, maybe a liquid tune, you know, bit of a low pass Reese, some nice liquidy kind of rolling drums. Yeah, could work. Vocal sounds too distorted as well, though. Like vocal sounds too compressed, too like saturated. Can be a lot cleaner. But I'm not sure if that's a result of the vocal being processed too heavily, or if it's just because you've just chucked a bunch of distortion on the master track.
No one's gonna shed a tears, no need to shout, just to stand in silence. The world's been time in the early morning haze.
But these drums are just too heavy for what this thing does. And then when that section comes in, it just starts distorting the entire thing, and that just, you know, it's not great to listen to. But I think in general, just the sound of the drums by themselves before the heavier distortion part comes in, already sound too heavy for what this is. The melodic stuff works well. Yeah, exactly. The melodic stuff does work well. It's just the vibe of what comes after it is not the right vibe for what the intro is telling me that it wants. And then I'm not even talking right now about the distortion that is just too much. Like just the type of the direction the track goes in after the intro, I think is not the right direction for this kind of sound. Like, when I heard the first part, I was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna get some smooth liquid drum and bass or something, because it would definitely work with that, but, like, not what is happening now, at this point. But the distortion is just, yeah, I'm sorry, but it just makes it very tough to listen. It makes it a tough listen, you know? Doesn't mean that it's all bad, but it really makes it a hard one to listen to right now. Like too much stuff in the high end that's too distorted. I really would, and I'm already taking all of this out right now, and it still sounds like it's too much. And I don't know, like the bass thing that you have right now with that mid-range layer on top of it, I don't think it's the right approach for this kind of vibe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like it really just feels like we've stuck like an overdrive or a wave shaper or something on the master track just to make it loud, but done it in a way like that can actually work if done subtly, but this is not subtle. It's just as soon as the main section comes in, everything just collapses under all the distortion, and yeah, it's not gonna be too nice. It's not gonna work. Anyways, next one, Trinity. By who? By Linus. Let's see what we have here. I'm going to not forget the EQ this time. This looks like a loud track, but I mean, just judging the waveform is tough, because it all depends on what the frequency content in the track is, right? And the production, the arrangement, sound design, all of that.
it was needed to put an end to the war, and had a chance of so doing, we thought that was the right thing to do. Few people laughed, few people cried, most people were silent. I remembered the line from Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Yeah, that works. Little bit much here. I get that this kind of drum and bass usually has quite a bit of high frequencies, but you know, this is an area you wanna be quite careful with.
Few people laughed, few people cried, most people were silent. Line from Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Hearing damage side beats. I mean, there's some good stuff in here, you know, it's just, I feel like this amount of high end, especially when it's sustained the entire time, becomes really annoying to listen to, at least that's my taste. I usually prefer it a lot more when it's sprinkled in, or like when you do filter movement, right, you'll have the high end come in as the filter opens, and like having like the high end have some kind of movement in terms of its dynamics is usually a lot more pleasing to me than when it's just there the entire time, you know? Plus, it also makes you know, like if you have a more dynamic high end, it also makes the low end feel bassier, and it makes you can sort of like have a bit of like an interplay between the bass and the high end, which is a lot nicer than when you have like a really just like the high end like this, like where it's just the entire way through. It's just
people laugh. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Just the entire time it's just high end, high end, high end, high end. mean, it's not a bad track though. I would say the sort of like the harmonic on this section of the bass here, where you have that like higher, so like almost like a lead element in the bass line. Let's see, like this one right here. I actually would like it if it was lower. That's a good one. Bro somehow I can relate to that because I'm also using the 900 Pro X. Somehow managed to make the 900 Pro X sound like the 990 Pros. Yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that. I completely get that joke. Yeah, I think, like, I get it, you know, like, neurofunk is supposed to be loud as hell, but, you know, I often think that with a, like, if I would really look into, like, my favorite neurofunk tracks, they don't have this type of mix. They usually have a mix that is a lot more dynamic, and when I say dynamic, I don't mean that, you know, it's less loud. You know, it can still be the same loudness, but it'll have like more dynamics in, for instance, like the high end or the mid range, and it's not playing the entire way through. It's just there's more movement in terms of the volume in the different frequency areas. Whereas right now it's just a wall of sound, which works, I guess. It's just not my cup of tea. And like, especially when that lead, well, I'm gonna call it a lead layer, comes in, there's a lot of stuff in the high end. Like in this area here. There's a lot of stuff there. I would almost say that that actually sounds better if we make a pretty deep cut here. Like, it's obviously also affecting other things, but there's a bit too much high end in this for my taste. Like, the entire range from like here up to here, there's like too much, and that's quite a big area. and it's actually making the bass feel less heavy, you know, because there's so much high end, and the more high end you have, the less bass your track will sound, obviously. Like, we lose some sparkle, of course, as well, but like, I would say this amount of high end is fine, like, without the EQ, obviously. Like, that's fine if it's only used sporadically, you know? If it's used more rhythmically, then I would say it's fine. But with a sustained high end, I would really try and, well, decrease it a bit so it's not as in your face the entire time, because it leads to ear fatigue quite quickly, and that's not great. I mean, there's still a lot of good stuff in this tune as well, though, but we're obviously focusing on the stuff that we can improve here. Like, there's some cool sound design in here, though. Love the atmosphere here.
Few people laughed, few people cried, most people were silent. I remembered the line from Hindu
Yeah, I think that that lead layer here is just too high. I would love it if it was like a little bit lower. So it gave it a bit of like resonance in like the lower mids, or maybe not the lower mids, but just like the mids. As opposed to right now, it sits more in like the mid highs, and it just becomes a bit screechy, in if that's the right word. Whereas I would love it if it actually gave it more weight instead. Which, if it was lower, it would probably do that. But right now, it feels more like it sits in the high end here. It would be nice if it sat more around here. Still though, I think this is pretty good tune. Just needs a little rework on the mix, honestly. That's the main thing. So I'll try and improve that at this point. Last one. Dope tune though, please make it smoother than this. Yeah, exactly. Last one. This one. Oh yeah, it's by Tuck. My ears feel 90 years old after this one. Yeah. I mean, the older I get, the less I like the really in-your-face neurofunk as well. Like, don't get me wrong, like, there's some great neurofunk out there, but the older I get, the more I enjoy stuff that isn't as in-your-face as that. Makes sense, though. Cool. This one is 132. Electro hip hop. Not sure what to expect from that, but let's see what we have. Tough to go after the one before it, right? There's some cool stuff in here though. this section here, it's like kind of giving me like trip hop kind of vibes. Too wide though on the high end in the mid-range. Like we're dipping into the negatives on the phase correlation meter. Not that it matters too much because this is not necessarily something to play in a club, I guess, so not the biggest deal, but kind of a weird vibe, but at the same time I kind of like it. This section kind of felt a bit strange though, a bit weird. Like, it's just drums, and I was like, This first section is not really doing much to me, but after that it kind of becomes a bit more interesting. Yeah, I would say like from about here it becomes more interesting to me. Now, I believe it was the intro where there are some like ugly frequencies happening in here that I think are a result of bit crushing, honestly. Like there's this frequency here, there's this high resonant frequency happening somewhere. Trying to find it. Oh, it sits way higher, way up here, which is kind of like because of the bit crushing, and it's not the most pleasing to hear. Yeah, phase correlation is a little bit all over the place. Like there's some sections where it goes all the way to the negative, and then other sections where it sits more like halfway around like 0.5. So it kind of from section to section it changes quite a lot in terms of the width, which might be something you want to look at. But like I said, it's also not necessarily a track to be played in a club or something, or on a dance floor. So it's also not the biggest deal, you know? Like when we're talking about like drum and bass or dubstep or whatever, something that's like definitely, you know, made to be played live, that's really important. Like the phase or the stereo. But with something that's supposed to be listened to, I don't know, on headphones at home or whatever, it's not that big of a deal if it's really wide. Sound design on that little response lead is a kind of is a little bit lackluster though. What is it? That sound is a bit. It sounds a bit simple, maybe. Would be cool if it did something more interesting as a response. And I'm talking mainly about the sound design of that sound, you know. This section is cool. Like this section is giving me trip hop kind of vibes. Definitely one of my favorite sections of this is this. Like if it was more of that, I could totally vibe to it. And those little kick drum edits here are kind of cool. The very fast kick drum rolls. That snare here suddenly feels a bit loud compared to the rest. Because it's so much more brighter than the rest of everything, so it kind of sticks out, and probably you could probably still use it, but it will probably want to be a bit quieter, because right now it just, everything else has less high end, and then that snare comes in, it just suddenly pokes out because it just has a ton more brightness to it. So you could either like low pass it so that it has less of that brightness, or just make it quieter. I mean, there's definitely some cool stuff in here. Hey, don't call my beloved Ableton Timu Bitwig, okay? No, I think Angelite is talking to Bytes about what DAW he made this in. I think Angelite knows what Ableton is. He keeps bugging me to get Bitwig. Cool. Yeah, I don't think we have much more to say about it. I think that was basically it. Any final questions, things you guys want to talk about? I kid, I just went. No, I'm also joking. I kind of laughed at the Timu Bitwig quote. It made me giggle. Anyways, yeah, I enjoyed that. I'll be back again next week. It's 1:30 a.m. for me, so it's time to sign off. I'll be back next week, probably working on some stuff, doing some production. And if you want to submit tracks for feedback, we do these every first Friday of the month. So 1 month from now, we will do another feedback session, and you can submit your tracks. I'll put up a notification in the Discord when it's time for that, so just wait for that. I mean, dolls are just like whatever, you know. The workflow of the doll is whatever you are used to. I remember being on FL Studio and then moving to Ableton, and everything just made so much more sense. Like, to me, I have that same thing, but with FL Studio. Like, everything feels so fucking backwards in FL. So, you know, I get you. I get you. And whatever works for you, right? We're not all the same. So, there's people that absolutely love FL and make great music on it, but for me, the workflow just doesn't work at all. And there's probably other people that will have the same thing with Ableton, you know? Completely fine. Anyways, I'll be signing off. I'll be in the Discord, so if you have anything you still want to chat about, come to the Discord. We're gonna have to pick a tune though for the outro. I think I know which one I'm gonna pick. I really enjoyed that one tonight. Yeah, that's it. Workflow's king. If I could just use piano roll from FL and any other doll. I don't know, man. Everybody always raves about the FL Studio piano roll, but to me, it never really. I never really found it too special. There's some cool things in it, but like, I would say Ableton's piano roll has actually improved a lot over time. Back when I first got into Ableton, it was kind of shitty, but now it's getting there. But yeah, it also depends on what you're used to, right? So, like, I'm so used to Ableton at this point that for me it just works. But yeah, the FL piano roll doesn't have MPE. I mean, I don't think FL supports MPE to begin with. I think maybe they've improved it, but I don't think it supports it. FL Studio currently lacks native full MIDI polyphonic expression support in its piano roll. At least that's what the Google AI is telling me, of course. Like, fucking hell, I hate that Google just gives me the AI summary because a lot of times it's wrong. But I don't really care to look into it that deeply now. Ableton doesn't have clap support, no, I know. But I also can't really say that I've missed it. So, it is what it is. I feel like Pro Tools is much more aimed at people recording music, you know? Like when you're working with audio, yeah. But I've seen people make tracks like electronic music on like Pro Tools, and I'm like, fucking hell, mate, what the hell are you doing? Just watching them makes me angry, you know? I'll see them doing shit and I'm like, dude, there's so many more easier ways of doing this. Why are you doing this to yourself? But yeah, I guess what you're used to is what you're gonna use. But I've seen some producers doing electronic music on Pro Tools, and I'm like, oh my god, mate, what are you doing to yourself? Please. Yeah. So would have a better experience using Microsoft Paint. What was that thing called again? The Super Mario Composer software. Might as well use that. Cool. Thanks for being here today, guys. I'll be back next week around 9 p.m. We'll go and work on some music. Don't know yet what we will work on, but we'll see. I'll see y'all in the next one. Like I said, I'll be in the Discord. Support me on Patreon if you want. I'll probably should put the link to that in the chat. And join the Discord if you haven't yet. I mean, I always feel stupid saying that during the feedback streams because you guys are all on the Discord, but you get me. Yeah, I hope that they announce the winner for the Vans competition soon. Or winners. I believe they pick a couple of people, but I can't wait. I want to know. I want my free pair of Vans. I want to know if I'm one of the lucky ones. And the wait is killing me, you know? Yeah, I had that Super Mario thing as well. Back in the day. And tonight the winner is, well, I'm gonna choose OMP because I really enjoyed this tune. So big up to OMP. Let's make sure we don't have anything turn on here. And I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.